And a very pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Gilcone Field on the campus of Brevard College as we approach Game 1 of the USA South Conference Tournament. Brevard College hosting this three-team bracket. And first up, with a scheduled 12 noon first pitch, the number 6 seed Pfeiffer taking on the number 3 seed Methodist. Whoever loses this Pfeiffer Methodist matchup will play Brevard in Game 2 of Thursday's schedule. That'll be approximately 40 minutes following the conclusion of Game number 1. Then the winner of this Pfeiffer Methodist matchup advances to play tomorrow. Methodist 20-20 overall on the season, 12-9 in USA South Conference play, en route to that number 3 seed. And Pfeiffer 19-19, 10-11 in USA South Conference play. So both teams with an exact 500 winning percentage in the regular season overall. Now these two teams met back in April 19th and 20th for a 3-game USA South Conference series, and it was tight throughout. Game 1 went to Methodist by the score of 7-6. Game 2, a pitcher's duel, Methodist 2, Pfeiffer 1. And then game number 3, the bats came alive, Pfeiffer 15, Methodist 13. So Methodist takes 2 of 3 in the regular season series. Stakes that much higher in this one. In this double elimination format. Bracket play here in the USA South Conference Tournament. Glad you're able to join us. We'll have all the action for you throughout the USA South Conference Tournament hosted by Brevard College. Stick with us. Pfeiffer and Methodist coming up shortly. Approaching the start of Pfeiffer versus Methodist, USA South Conference tournament play. First game of the championship tournament across the two brackets. Once again, the loser of this game will play Brevard 40 minutes after the conclusion of game number 1 later this afternoon, while the winner advances to play tomorrow. Pfeiffer Falcons and Methodist Monarchs. Coaches with the lineup exchange. Head coach of Methodist, Tom Austin, a 1972 graduate of Rollins College in his 45th season. And for Pfeiffer, Craig Bolton in season number 4, coaching for his alma mater, Pfeiffer. Head coach of Brevard College, Mike Victory, as the host of these USA South Conference Baseball Championships here at Gilcone Field, helping with some explanations in terms of the facility and grounds rules here at Gilcone Field. And looks like they've got that sorted out, and so now time for the lineup exchange between the two coaches. Should be a good one between these two teams who played a very tight regular season series. Lineups are as follows. First for Pfeiffer Falcons, designated visiting team. Batting first will be the left fielder, number 6, Zach Farrell. Batting second, the first baseman, number 28, Wilson Laurer. Batting third, the shortstop, number 22, Austin Wood. DH, number 55, Ben Barnes, bats fourth in the cleanup spot. Number 5 hitter, Josh Turner, wearing the number 75. He's listed as number 8, but in these gray uniforms that Pfeiffer's going with here in game 1, Turner wears 75. Batting 6th, second baseman, number 5, Corey Lackey. Batting 7th, third baseman, number 26, Joe Javier. Batting 8th, the center fielder, number 16, Thomas Ashby. And batting 9th, the right fielder, number 10, Robbie Brown. The pitcher is Thad Lewis, a second-team USA South Conference selection. Methodist's starting lineup as follows. Right fielder, number 8, Jackson Deal, bats first. Batting second, the catcher, number 5, Hunter Holman. Batting third, the first baseman, Banks Hartman. Batting fourth, the shortstop, Caleb Rogers. Batting fifth, the third baseman, Banks Engel. Batting sixth, the second baseman, Brandon Mauger. Batting seventh, the left fielder, Caleb Green. Batting eighth is the DH, number 2, Tristan Melvin. Batting ninth, the center fielder, number 17, Austin Renzel. And the pitcher is number 28, Josh Plisco. So there's your starters for Methodist and Pfeiffer, as we're moments away from getting things started here at Gilcone Field. Starting lineups have been announced. National anthem. And now, just moments away from the start of the USA South Conference Baseball Tournament for 2024. Number 6 seed Pfeiffer versus the number 3 seed Methodist. Methodist, the designated home team, so Pfeiffer will bat first. Methodist, as they line up defensively in the outfield, Caleb Green playing left. Center field, Austin Renzel. In right field, Jackson Deal. Banks Engel is the third baseman. Caleb Rogers at short. Brandon Mauger at second. Banks Hartman at first. Catcher's Hunter Holman. And on the mound for the Monarchs, Josh Plisco. Plisco, the junior righty from Morehead City, North Carolina, went 5-5 this season with a 5.58 ERA, 15 appearances, 8 starts, 49 strikeouts. And he gets the nod here in game number 1 of this USA South Conference Championship. As leading off for Pfeiffer will be Zach Farrell. First team all-conference selection, the left fielder. And at 12:01 p.m. Eastern Time, we're officially underway here at the USA South Conference Tournament. First pitch off the mark, ball 1. Second pitch driven to right field, and making the play there for the first out is Jackson Deal. So 2 pitches, 1 out for Plisco. And that'll bring up Wilson Laurer. First baseman for Pfeiffer, junior out of Charlotte. First pitch swinging, and it's a grounder up the first base line, and 3 pitches, 2 outs now as Hartman makes the play at first. I'll bring up Austin Wood, the starting shortstop for Pfeiffer. Wood, a second-team all-conference performer. Bats from the right side. Sophomore from Dallas, North Carolina, North Gaston High School. First pitch low and outside, ball 1. 2 down here, just getting started, top of inning number 1. And the pitch. Low again, ball 2. Pitch there now inside, so a 3-0 count for Austin Wood, 3-hole hitter. .311 batting average entering this tournament. And he takes ball 4, so runner aboard, a 4-pitch walk.
Batting for the Falcons, designated hitter number 55, Ben Barnes.
And with a man aboard, that'll bring up Ben Barnes, the DH. First pitch outside, ball 1. So 5 consecutive balls from Plisco after 2 quick outs. Pitch here, outside as well. Make it 6 straight balls. That one way outside. Catcher for Methodist, Hunter Holman, had to get out of his position to lasso in that one. Runner at first. Here's the 2-0. Missing again. So 3-0 the count. Probably a take all the way there from Barnes. As after 7 straight balls, Plisco's able to locate. But then another base on balls there. Ball 4. Runners first and second for the Falcons.
Somebody for the Falcons, catcher number 75.
Bring up the catcher, Josh Turner, hitting .250 on the season. 3 homers, 2 doubles, a triple. 19 RBI. Batting in the 5 hole. He's got 2 aboard. Pitch there missing. So suddenly, Plisco's control here in the top of the first. Back-to-back walks. Oh, 1-0 count to Turner. And the pitch. Able to get the outside part of the plate there, 1-1. Wood, the base runner at second. Barnes at first. 2 outs. Here's the 1-1. Outside 2-1. Pitch there outside, 3-1. And the pitch. Called strike, so the count will run full. Josh Turner. At the plate for the Falcons with 2 aboard. The pitch. So 3 consecutive walks. And now the bases are loaded with 2 outs. And we're going to have a visit to the mound by the Methodist pitching coach. So bases loaded, 2 outs, and Corey Lackey due up. So 3 consecutive walks. Kind of wild. The first 2 outs, it only took 3 pitches. As Lackey will step to the plate. 15 pitches across the last 3 batters, all 3 on base via the walk. Pitch there locates, strike 1. Corey Lackey, starting second baseman, batting in that 6th hole. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Early opportunity here for the Falcons offensively. Pitch there, high. 1-1. And the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Wood, your base runner at third. Ben Barnes at second. Josh Turner at first. At the plate, Corey Lackey. And Josh Plisco trying to get out of this jam. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's the 2-1. This is going to be fouled off and out of play down the left field line. First foul ball of the inning. That's kind of rare. Go 22 pitches, no foul balls. And a hit by pitch, and that's going to score a run. And so without a single hit, Pfeiffer is going to take a 1-0 lead. 3 walks and a hit by pitch. And that'll bring up Joe Javier with 2 outs here. Plisco now up to 23 pitches here in the inning. 7th hitter of the inning. And bases loaded once again with 2 outs. First pitch strike. Pfeiffer strikes first. A 1-0 advantage here in the top of the first. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's the 0-1. Grounder right up the middle, well struck. That's going to score 2 runs. And Pfeiffer cashes in with their first hit. It's a 2 RBI single by Joe Javier. And just like that, Pfeiffer up 3-0. As that'll bring up Thomas Ashby. Already some action in the Methodist bullpen. As now runners first and second, and the 3-0 lead for Pfeiffer. Ashby, 8th hitter of the inning. All this damage happening with 2 outs. Pitch there high, and meeting at the mound between Hunter Holman and Plisco. So action in the Methodist bullpen. Brandon Humphreys, junior right-hander. These tournament situations, different sense of urgency when it comes to decisions such as pitching changes at times. Early 3-0 hole for Methodist. Pitch there outside. So 3 balls, no strikes. Here's the 3-0. Locates there. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Big cut there from Ashby. As Plisco able to deliver on that swinging strike. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss there, so Plisco's able to get the strikeout for out number 3. But Pfeiffer able to do some damage. 3 runs on 1 hit. There was no errors. 2 left on. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Your score, Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 0. So first time at the plate for the Methodist University Monarchs. Jackson Deal, right fielder, leading things off. And our first look at Thad Lewis, starting pitcher for Pfeiffer. Pitch there, inside. Ball 3. Well, an interesting top of the first where we saw 3 walks, a hit by pitch, and then a 2 RBI single, all added up to a 3-0 lead for Pfeiffer. Pitch there, locates, 3-1. Thad Lewis. Check that, 3-2 the count, so full count. And that's fouled off. Thad Lewis went 4-5 this season. 11 appearances, 10 starts, 6.29 ERA. 51 1/3 innings pitched, 51 strikeouts. As that's fouled away. And the at-bat will continue. Deal versus Lewis. Early goings here. A lot of baseball to be played. Pfeiffer able to take a 3-0 lead in that top of the first. And the pitch. Fouled out of play once again. Over towards the McCoy Tennis Complex here on campus of Brevard College. Warm conditions. It's in the mid-70s. High is forecasted for 79 degrees before the day's done. As ball 4 there. And a runner aboard for Methodist via the walk. That'll bring up the catcher, Hunter Holman, a first-team All-USA South Conference selection. Holman, junior out of Tampa, Florida, Newsom High School. Between the 3 squads here at Gilcone Field, big Florida presence. Pitch there. A pickoff throw to first. Methodist's roster includes Tampa, Florida, Seminole, Florida, Tallahassee, Altamont Springs, which is in the Orlando area, Fort Myers, Florida, down on the southwest coast, Thomasville, Florida as well. A number of Floridians on the Brevard College Tornadoes, the host of this bracket. Pfeiffer, meanwhile, vast majority of their roster from the state of North Carolina. However, you can find a Floridian from Port St. Lucie, Florida on the East Coast, Chris Loretto. Not a bad place to be if you're from Florida, the mountains of western North Carolina, where this bracket's taking place. Grounder up the middle there, able to get through the middle of the infield, and that's going to be runners on the corners for Methodist. So base hit for the Monarchs, and runners first and third. As Hunter Holman able to deliver with the single. That'll bring up Banks Hartman, the first baseman. Now, Hartman was also named to the USA South Conference All-Conference team, a second-team selection in the DH utility spot. He's playing first base here. Pitch there off the plate, ball 1. Banks Hartman led all the regulars for the Monarchs with a .384 batting average. As the count runs to 2-0. Hartman, .452 slugging. As pitch there, across the plate. So base runners at first and third. Dio at third. Holman at first. Pitch there. Off the mark, 3-1. So we're seeing some control issues from both these starting pitchers thus far. And the 3-1. Runner going and able to take second there. Stolen base for Holman. So now 2 runners in scoring position. Here's the 3-2. High, ball 4. So bases are loaded and a visit to the mound for the Pfeiffer head coach, Craig Bolton. We'll talk things over with his starter, Thad Lewis. Also, catcher Josh Turner in on that conversation. Now, bases juice, very similar to what we saw on the top of the first. As far as now, an opportunity for Methodist. Difference being, everything seemed to happen for the Pfeiffer offense with 2 outs. There's just no outs here still in the bottom of the first. Cleanup hitter Caleb Rogers at the plate. First pitch swinging. He lifts this to center field. Runner's tag. And then retreating back to second was Holman, but the run scores on the play on the sacrifice fly RBI. So Methodist now on the board. Runners first and second, and 1 out.
Batting for Methodist, third baseman number 6, Banks Angle.
I'll bring up Banks Engel. Engel hit .319 in the regular season. 16 doubles, 2 triples. Led the team with 14 hit by pitch. And Engel, first pitch swinging. This is popped up to shallow right field. And able to make the play there. The right fielder for the Falcons, Robbie Brown, for out number 2. Bring up Brandon Mauger, 6-hole hitter, second baseman for the Monarchs.
Second baseman number 19, Brandon Mauger.
Mauger hit .289 on the year. Started all 40 games for the Monarchs. 7 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs. Pickoff throw to second, a close play. A 3-1 ball game here in the bottom of the first. Game 1 of the USA South Conference baseball tournament. The pitch. Fouled straight back to our broadcast location. Lewis sets. Keeping an eye on the runner on second. Now the pitch. Inside, 1-1. Pitch there, just missing. 1-2. Runners first and second. Holman, the runner at second. Hartman at first. The pitch. Inside, 2-2. Check that, 3-1. So 3-1 count with 2 outs. Runners first and second. Pitch there, misses. Another walk in this contest, and bases now loaded with 2 outs.
Batting for Methodist, left fielder number 1, Caleb Green.
Caleb Green steps to the plate, 7-hole hitter, the left fielder. Pitch there. High outside, ball 1. Green, the junior out of Bahama, North Carolina. Northern Durham High School. Where's number 1? Pitch there, just missing. Wind blowing in from center, gusting at times. Including at this moment right here. Pitch there, off the mark, ball 3. Lewis, pitch count already over 30 for the inning. Pitch there, high, ball 4, and that'll be a bases loaded walk, an RBI for Green, and a 1-run ball game here in game 1 of this USA South Conference tournament. That'll bring up Tristan Melvin. Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 2. 5 runs on just 2 hits between the two teams. As pitch there off the plate. That was pitch number 33 for Lewis. Pitch there, fouled, out of play. So bases loaded opportunity yet again. 2 outs for Melvin. Tristan Melvin hit .250 on the season, 4 doubles, 2 triples, 30 RBIs, which was 4th on the team. Pitch there, fouled away. Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 2, bottom of inning number 1. "30 minutes in real time have elapsed, and still looking to complete inning number 1. Here's the 1-2. Got him looking. So strikeout there for Lewis. Leaves the bases loaded, but Methodist able to get 2 runs of their own. We'll head to the top of the second with your score. Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 2. So Pfeiffer back to the plate here in the top of the second. A wild first inning. Combined 5 runs on just 2 hits. We saw 7 walks and a hit by pitch and a grand total of 68 pitches thrown. First inning took over a half hour. Pitch there. Locates 0-2. So Josh Plisco in his second inning of work. And a 3-pitch strikeout there gets him looking. So Robbie Brown retired via the strikeout. That'll bring up Zach Farrell, first team all-conference performer. So now 1 out after the backwards K from Plisco. Pitch there, so 4 consecutive strikes. Three strikes looking, 1 foul ball. Pitch there. Another called strike. So we're seeing some real ebbs and flows early on here. Strikeouts, walks, hit by pitch. And a swing and a miss there. And able to make the 2-3 put out. So back-to-back strikeouts without a ball thrown in these last 2 at-bats. So Plisco looking sharp here. That'll bring up Wilson Laurel. His second plate appearance. And the pitch. Hitters count 2-0 here. A 3-2 lead for Pfeiffer here in the top of the second. And the pitch. Fouled off down the left field line. Already seeing some fans get their campsites ready over there in the hill here beyond the left field line. A real sweet spot to view baseball. As back-to-back foul balls there. And speaking of the hill, that foul ball headed right up there to one of those tents. Great area to enjoy some nature. Perhaps bring a 4-legged friend. Pitch here fouled away, so another foul ball. Wilson Laurer. Led the team with a .375 batting average this season. Had 4 home runs to his credit. Fly out here and play made in left field. So 1-2-3 inning for Plisco and the Monarch defense. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Your score, Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 2. Back here at Gilcone Field, first game of the USA South Conference Baseball Championship Tournament. And Thad Lewis will go back to work on the mound for the Falcons. Austin Renzel, his first at-bat, center fielder for the Monarchs. Pitch there's fouled off, so count will remain 0-2. Renzel, the freshman out of Columbia, South Carolina, Ridgeview High School. Led the team in stolen bases with 19. In fact, 19 stolen bases and 19 attempts. Can't do much better than that. As that's fouled off, count remains 1-2. Lewis now over the 40 pitch mark here. Pitch there misses. 2-2. Methodist under the direction of Tom Austin in his 45th season. As this is lifted to center field, that'll be out number 1. So back to the top of the order we go for the Monarchs. It's Jackson Deal stepping to the plate after Ashby made the play in center for the Falcons. So 1 out here in the bottom of the second. First pitch swinging, that's fouled off and out of play. And the 0-1, high, 1-1. Glad you're able to join us wherever you may be tuning in from. We'll have action from here at Gilcone Field throughout the tournament. This pitch there's off the plate, 2-1. Foul tip there, and count will run 2-2. Jackson Deal squaring off against Thad Lewis. The pitch. Swing and a miss there. Lewis able to get the strikeout swinging for out number 2.
Fighting for Methodist, the catcher, number 5, Hunter Holman.
That'll bring up Hunter Holman, starting catcher for the Monarchs. Holman with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored in that first inning. Here's the 1-0. Lifted to center. And able to make the play again is Ashby. So back-to-back 1-2-3 innings after all sorts of activity in the first inning. Both pitchers getting it done here in the second. We'll head to the top of the third. Your score, Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 2. Back here at Gilcone Field, site of
Shortstop number 22, Austin Wood.
one of the two brackets here in the USA South Conference Championship Tournament. Glad you're able to join us here on this Thursday early afternoon. Continuing his starting appearance on the mound for Methodist, Josh Plisko. Plisko had a bunch of difficulties there in the first inning, but then a 1-2-3 inning in the second. And he's able to get ahead 0-2 here. Against Wood. Pitch there inside. Wood drew the first of 3 consecutive walks in that first inning. And then scored a run on a hit by pitch from Lackey. As count now 2-2. This is sliced down the right field line, and in foul territory, able to make the play there is the right fielder, Jackson Deal. So one down here in the top of the third. And that'll bring up Ben Barnes, cleanup hitter. Bats from the left side. Pitch from Plisko, swing and a miss. Barnes, the junior from Marion, North Carolina, so not all that far from Brevard College in McDowell County, other side of the mountain from Asheville. Here's the 0-2. High, 1-2. Barnes led the Falcons in home runs with 9 in the regular season, as he fouls that off. Hit for average as well, 367 on the year. Go along with 6 doubles and a triple. Line drive there, and that's a base hit for Barnes. And so runner at first with 1 out.
Batting for Pfeiffer, catcher number 75, Josh Turner.
Bring up Josh Turner, wearing number 75. He wears 75 in the gray uniform. Pfeiffer in the gray uniform with black trim. Showing bunt, pitches high, ball 1. Methodist wearing the whites with green and yellow accenting. Here's the 1-0. Big cut there, 1-1. So some action again in the Methodist bullpen. We saw that in the first inning. As this is sliced down the right field line and foul and out of play. Deal had a beat on it there, but it's a little too far wide for him to track down. So 1-2 the count, 1 out, runner at first. And the pitch. Fouled off yet again. Pickoff throw to first, and may have gotten him if he hadn't lost the control of the ball there, the first baseman for Methodist. Looked like the throw was there. Hartman unable to make the tag and breathing a sigh of relief. Ben Barnes and the Falcons dugout. Here's the 1-2. Fouled off yet again. Plisco with 1 down and runner at first. Another pickoff throw. Another close play, but Barnes back safely. Barnes only attempted to steal 4 times here in 2024. Pitch off the plate, 2-2. Count now runs full. Pfeiffer with a 3-2 lead. Top of inning number 3, another pickoff throw. The loser of this game will play Brevard College in game number 2 this afternoon. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4. So now runners first and second with 1 out. Now bring up Corey Lackey. So runners first and second. The pitch to Lackey. Strike 1. Lackey in his first at bat was hit by pitch with the bases loaded. Able to record an RBI in the process. Now with the runners on first and second opportunity. Here's the 1-1. Chopper handled nicely by the shortstop of the Monarchs, Rogers. Runners advance in the process. That's out number 2.
Now batting for Pfeiffer, third baseman number 26, Joe Javier.
So that'll bring up Javier. Javier's who had the big 2 RBI single back in the first inning to give Pfeiffer their second and third runs of the game. Now another opportunity, 2 in scoring position. Pitch there off the plate, blocked by the Monarchs catcher, Holman. Turner, your runner at second. Barnes at third. Javier at the plate. The pitch. Locates there for a called strike, 2-1. Josh Plisco. Able to get a fly out there. And able to make the play in right field is Jackson Deal.
Pfeiffer in the top of the third, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on.
And we'll head to the bottom of the third with your score. Pfeiffer 3, Methodist 2. So we head to the bottom of the third. Due up for Methodists. Banks Hartman, Caleb Rogers, and Banks Engel. Pitch there outside. 1-1. Pitch there, misses, 2-1. So Lewis entering his third inning of work. Gave up the 2 runs in the first inning, then a 1-2-3 second inning. Count runs to 3-2. And ball 4. So runner aboard for the Monarchs here in the bottom of the third. Caleb Rogers getting some instruction from head coach Tom Alston. And pitch there will be wild. And runner to second. Seemed like an obvious sacrifice bunt situation there. Gets the wild pitch on the first pitch of the at-bat. See what the move might be here now with the runner in second. And the 1-0 showing bunt again and wild once again. So sometimes you don't need to lay down the bunt. As runner on third suddenly. So 2-0 the count. Rogers at the plate. Hartman, the runner at third. Pitch there across the plate, 2-1. So from the Methodist perspective, the tying run at third base. We're in the bottom of the third. The pitch. Grounder. And that's going to be the tying run right there on the RBI ground out. And with one out, that'll bring up Banks Engel. So Rogers able to earn the RBI with the ground out, aided by a couple of wild pitches there. And we're all tied up at 3. Six runs on just 3 hits between the two teams. Count now 1-2, bases empty with 1 out. Pitch from Lewis. Lifted to right field for out number 2. Robbie Brown making the play out there in right. That'll bring up Brandon Mauger. Bases loaded, or bases empty rather, 2 outs. And the pitch. Off the mark there, ball 1. Well, if you're just joining us, you're tuning into the USA South Conference Baseball Championship Tournament. A 3-team double elimination bracket. Bracket here in Brevard, North Carolina. The number 2 seed Brevard, the number 3 seed Methodist, and the number 6 seed Pfeiffer. Pitch there just missing, 2-1. The other bracket, which is being hosted by NC Wesleyan, features Southern Virginia, Greensboro, and the number 1 seed, NC Wesleyan. Southern Virginia and Greensboro as called strike there. Mauger thought he had ball 4. Southern Virginia and Greensboro, game number 1 of the bracket in NC Wesleyan is scheduled for a 2 p.m. first pitch, as that's fouled off, out of play. And then the loser of that game, Southern Virginia and Greensboro, will take on NC Wesleyan. And stay tuned here on this YouTube channel. We'll have you action throughout the weekend. We'll be giving you updates from the other bracket. As base hit there, very hard hit ball down the third base line. And the second hit of the day for Methodist. As Mauger able to get aboard. I'll bring up Caleb Green with the runner on first with 2 outs. Pitch there off the plate. 1-0. So each team with 2 hits, each team with 3 runs. Have not seen an error yet. Walks have been a big part of the story. A combined 9 walks between the 2 starting pitchers. And those have set up much of the run scoring that has taken place in this one. As pickoff throw to first to keep Mauger in check. This will be pitch number 75 for Lewis. Fouled back. 1-2. Beautiful sunny skies here in Brevard, North Carolina. Warm temperatures. Wind blowing in from center. Pitch there, outside. 2-2. Thad Lewis continuing his starting appearance. Working with his catcher, Josh Turner. Runner going. Pitch low. Will be a stolen base. As Mauger's able to take second. No throw. And ball 4. So the 10th walk we've seen in this contest. And now runners first and second for the DH Melvin. For Mauger, by the way, that was his 10th stolen base this season. So now 2 outs. Runners first and second. First pitch swinging is Melvin, fouling that off. Melvin's second at-bat of the contest. He struck out his first time out. Pickoff throw to second. Close play and got him. So able to pick off Mauger at second. 1-4 on the putout. Very nicely done as Lewis combines with Lackey to pick off Mauger. But Methodist able to get a run on a hit. They leave a runner. And we're all knotted up at 3 as we head to the top of the 4th here at Gilcone Field.
Back for Pfeiffer, number 16, Thomas Ashby.
Head here to the top of the fourth. And Thomas Ashby, first pitch swinging. That's a base hit to left. Third hit of the ball game for Pfeiffer. And quickly a runner aboard.
Batting for Pfeiffer, right fielder, number 10, Robbie Brown.
That'll bring up Robbie Brown. Robbie Brown hits in the 9-hole, right fielder. Pickoff throw to first. Brown entering this contest, a .333 hitter. 5 doubles, 2 triples, 5 home runs. Impressive .609 slugging percentage. And 30 RBIs. 0 for 1 in this contest. He struck out in his first at-bat. Another pickoff throw to first from Plisco. Plisco now over the 70 pitch mark. As stolen base there is a successful one. So Ashley able to steal second. Ashby with his 10th stolen base. As another walk. And now runners first and second.
No batting for Pfeiffer, left fielder, number 6, Zach Farrell.
So no outs here. And another big opportunity for the Falcons. As Zach Farrell stepped to the plate. First team all-conference performer. Leadoff hitter for the Falcons. Farrell's third at bat already. And the 1-0. Swing and a miss there, 1-1. Two one. And the pitch. Locates there, 2-2. No outs. Runners at first and second. Ashby, your runner at second. Brown at first. Farrell at the plate. And the 2-2. Inside, ball 3. Ball 4, so another walk and another bases loaded situation. Seen these for both teams. Now a whopping 12 walks between the two starting pitchers, each pitcher with 6.
Now batting for Pfeiffer, first baseman number 28, Will Lowe.
So Wilson Lohr stepped to the plate. Meanwhile, trip to the mound for the Methodist coach to talk things over. No outs, bases loaded situation here for Pfeiffer. So after a conversation with the pitching coach, Plisco will go back to work here. Will have to work his way out of this jam. Bases loaded, no outs. Wilson Lohr at the plate. Plisco now up to 80 pitches. First pitch outside, ball 1. Lohr fouls that off. 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Rocketed down the third base line. And the call is a foul ball. May have grazed the base runner there at third, Ashby. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs, bases loaded. Or fouls this back. Count will remain 1-2. Wilson Lohr, your batter. Austin Wood awaits on deck. Bases loaded. Here's the 1-2. Fouled back again. Battle between Plisco and Lohr continues. The pitch. Sliced down the left field line and out of play. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming in this battle between Lohr and Plisco. outside. 2-2. And it hit Lohr. And Pfeiffer able to take the lead 4-3. The second run that has come across for Pfeiffer in a bases loaded hit by pitch situation. And now a trip to the mound for the head coach of Methodist, Tom Austin. So most likely a pitching change here. Your score in the top of the fourth inning, Pfeiffer 4, Methodist 3. So pitching change for Methodist, Brandon Humphreys.
Now the pitch for Methodist, number 34, Brandon Humphreys.
And he has inherited a difficult situation, to say the least. Bases loaded, no outs, with his team down 4-3. His first assignment, Austin Wood. So not only a bases loaded, no out situation for the reliever, but he has to face the 3-4-5 hitters. That pitch from Humphreys misses as well. 2-0. And the pitch. 3-0 now the count. So big opportunity here for the Falcons. Already had 4-3. Bases loaded, no outs. Able to get the strike there. outside corner of the plate. Here's the 3-1. Lifted to shallow right field. And that'll be enough, though, to bring home the run on the sacrifice fly. And Pfeiffer now ahead 5-3 with one out. So runners now first and second for the Falcons. That was a big out for Humphreys, but did get a run home. And that'll bring up Barnes. Barnes 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Pfeiffer now ahead 5-3 here in the top of the fourth. And the 1-0. Count now 2-0. Runner at first. Runner at second. A 2-1 count. Here with one out. This is popped up in foul territory and out of play. Humphreys trying to get his squad out of this jam. Here's the 2-2. Inside, 3-2. One out here in the top of the fourth. And the pitch. Fouled back. At bat continues. Barnes, the junior out of Marion, North Carolina. Here's the 3-2. Clubbed to right field. And able to make the play there. A difficult play. Jackson Deal. Ball was well struck. Runner tagging at second, heads to third. So now runners on the corners.
Batting for Pfeiffer, the catcher, number 75, Josh Brown.
And two outs. So Humphreys that much closer to getting out of this jam with just one more run. That run will be charged, of course, to Plisco. But not quite done yet here. Runners on the corners for Pfeiffer. Pitch there. Across the plate. Turner, your batter for Pfeiffer. And a hit by pitch. So that'll load the bases. So another bases loaded situation. And Corey Lackey will step to the plate. Lackey does have an RBI via hit by pitch. That gets by the catcher, and that's going to score a run, move the runners up. 6-3 Pfeiffer. Pass ball is the ruling on that play. As runners now second and third. And now a 6-3 ball game. 9 runs, 5 hits combined. So a wild pitch, and then next pitch in the dirt. Holman has to work to block it. Pfeiffer with 3 runs here in the fourth. Now 2 runners in scoring position after the wild pitch. And another hit by pitch. Oh, my. So now bases loaded. And 2 outs. And that'll bring up Joe Javier.
Now batting for Pfeiffer, third baseman number 26, Joe Javier.
Javier, 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. He had the 2 RBI single way back in the first. Feels like an eternity ago. Pitch there off the plate. Ball 1. One now the count. Bases loaded. Another bases loaded opportunity. Grounded to third, able to make the force out there. But 3 more runs come across for Pfeiffer. As we head to the bottom of the fourth, your score, Pfeiffer 6, Methodist 3.
3 runs on 1 hit, no errors.
Back here at Gilcone Field, a 6-3 lead for designated visiting team Pfeiffer. Getting things underway here in the bottom of the fourth. Continuing his starting appearance, Thad Lewis. Hit by pitch for Lewis. And runner aboard. As Melvin reaches base via the hit by pitch. It's been an epidemic in this game. Hit by pitch and walks. And it comes down to, in many ways, what team can cash in with runners in scoring position, bases loaded opportunities. Pitch there, missing. 2-0. The count. And a walk. So now runners first and second. And trip to the mound. Very likely a pitching change here. 13 walks between the two teams. 100% sure we'll get a pitching change. Lewis now 85 pitches. And Lewis is going to continue his outing. So no outs. Bottom of the fourth. Runners first and second. Methodist trying to come back from a 6-3 deficit. Lewis will go back to work here. First pitch a dandy, strike one. Lewis has only allowed 2 hits. However, those 7 walks certainly not helped his cause. Hard hit ground ball through the middle of the infield. And that'll be an RBI single, and then advancing on the throw to second. Score a run for Methodist in the process. Now runners second and third. After Deal able to deliver. Each team now with 3 hits. First pitch there, a strike. Hunter Holman, first team all-conference performer, stepping to the plate. Holman 1 for 2 with a run scored, and that ball gets away, and another run will score. So now 6-5, runner at third. Ruled a wild pitch. Still no outs here. 6-5 ball game, bottom of the fourth. Methodist working their way back from what was just moments ago a 3-run deficit. So runner at third, that's Deal. As this is popped up, handled by the Pfeiffer shortstop, Wood, for out number 1. Some action in the Pfeiffer bullpen. Number 50, Cayman Buck, freshman out of Norwood, North Carolina, South Stanley High School, warming up. Pitch there locates. Lewis now 93 pitches. His team holding on to a 6-5 lead. 1 out runner at third. Showing bunt there was Hartman. Then Turner chasing back the base runner at third, Deal. So now 2-1. Count runs to 3-1. And ball 4. And another walk. And this will be the pitching change for Pfeiffer coming up shortly. So now runners at first and third with 1 out. A 1-run ball game here, Pfeiffer and Methodist. Stick with us. USA South Baseball Championship Tournament. So new pitcher for Pfeiffer. Cayman Buck, the freshman from Norwood, North Carolina, making his USA South Baseball Tournament debut. This will be Buck's 12th appearance of the season, all in relief. 15 innings pitched, 14 hits allowed. A 5.40 ERA, 7 strikeouts, 6 walks. And he inherits a situation with a runner at first and a runner at third, and 1 out. That'll bring up Caleb Rogers. First pitch, a ball. Rogers with one of those rare lines on the statistical side of things. Oh for 1, 2 RBIs, as able to bring home the runner there on the bunt. We're all tied up at 6. So another RBI for Hartman. For Rogers, rather, his third. That'll bring up Engel. And now 2 down. Runners first and second. As Methodist has answered with 3 runs of their own here in the bottom of the 4th. Yeah, so we're mentioning Rogers now 0 for 2, 3 RBIs. Sack bunt, a sack fly. Also an RBI ground out. So he's kind of figured out all the ways you can drive in runs without a base hit. We've seen RBI walks in this game. We've seen RBI hit by pitches. Runners first and second, 2 down. Pitch there. A ball. Lifted here to right field, and that'll be out number 3 as Brown is able to make the play. 3 runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. Methodist is able to answer as we'll head to the top of the 5th with your score. Pfeiffer 6, Methodist 6. Top of inning number 5. 6-6 your score, all tied up again. And we just witnessed our 6th hit by pitch of this ball game. Three from Humphreys, 2 from Plisco. So Methodist pitchers with 5 hits batsmen. And Pfeiffer starter Lewis hit a batter as well. So runner at first for Pfeiffer, as this is singled promptly to center field. fourth hit of the contest for Pfeiffer. And now runners first and second after that base hit by Robbie Brown. That'll bring up Zach Farrell, first team all-conference performer. That's from the left side. Runners first and second, no outs. Chopper to first base is ruled foul. So Humphreys in relief of Plisco. Buck for Pfeiffer in relief of Lewis. Plisco went 3 innings, 3 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 6 walks, 3 strikeouts, 2 hits by pitch. Faced 20 batters. Threw 88 pitches, 46 strikes. Foul tip there. 0-2. Lewis's book is closed as well, the Pfeiffer starting pitcher. 3 in a third innings pitched. 3 hits, 6 runs, all earned. 8 walks, 2 strikeouts. 1 hit by pitch. Lewis threw 96 pitches, 46 strikes. Humphreys now going back to work here. Runners first and second. The pitch. Fouled off. Top of inning number 5. This game was tied 3-3 in the bottom of the third. Pfeiffer took a 6-3 lead in the top of the fourth. Methodist answered back, so we're tied again, 6-6. This is well struck down the right field line. And foul. First base coach for Pfeiffer almost trying to impersonate being an umpire with the fair call. But the opinion that matters. That first base umpire rules it foul, but that ball traveled a long way near that right field foul pole. Another foul ball. As Farrell continues his battle against Humphreys. And the pitch. Outside, 2-2. More action in the Methodist bullpen. Here's the 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Game 1 of the USA South baseball tournament. 3-team double elimination bracket being hosted by Brevard College. Here's the 3-2. Ball 4. So another walk in this contest. And another bases loaded, no out situation. And another big opportunity for Pfeiffer.
Batting for Pfeiffer, first baseman number 28, Will Lower.
And Wilson Lohr steps to the plate. First pitch swinging's Lohr. It's foul. $15 walks between the two teams. Number just continues to grow. Swing and a miss there. Chased the outside pitch. And Humphreys had a lower 0-2. And the pitch. Driven to left field. And 2 runs will score, a 2 RBI single for Wilson Lohr. And Pfeiffer ahead yet again, now 8-6. That'll bring up Woods. Now with runners first and second. So Lohr delivers. He now has 3 RBIs on the day. Still no outs. We mentioned it before. What team will cash in on these bases loaded opportunities, runners in scoring position opportunities, so many of which have come via walks and hit batsmen? Pfeiffer takes the lead for the 3rd time in this contest. They jumped ahead 3-0. Game was then tied up 3-3. They jumped ahead 6-3. Now ahead 8-6. The pitch. Fouled, out of play on the bunt attempt. Eight runs on 5 hits, no errors for Pfeiffer. 6 runs on 3 hits, no errors for Methodist. Humphreys with the pitch. Fouled. Straight down. Count will remain 0-2. Austin Wood, second team all-conference. Ben Barnes awaits on deck. Josh Turner in the hole. No outs here. Runners first and second. And able to get the strikeout looking was Humphreys. So now 1 down here in the top of the 5th. And that'll bring up Ben Barnes. First pitch there, called strike. And the pitch. Missing there, 1-1. Lohr, the base runner at first. Farrell at second. Barnes at the plate. The pitch. Grounded, foul. Pfeiffer ahead 8-6. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. The loser of this game will play Brevard. That game scheduled to start 40 minutes after the conclusion of game number 1 here. The winner of this game will advance to play tomorrow, be able to rest the rest of this Thursday afternoon as the temperatures continue to creep up. Now 79 degrees. And back-to-back strikeouts for Humphreys. So that's 2 down now.
Batting for Pfeiffer, the catcher, number 75, Josh Turner.
I'll bring up Josh Turner, starting catcher for the Falcons. Did see Bryce Herring warming up in the Methodist bullpen. But it looks like he might be no longer throwing. The 1-0 from Humphreys. Pitch there inside 2-0 the count. Lifted here to right field. And that'll be out number 3. So 2 runs come home, 2 base runners stranded.
Top of the 5th, 2 runs off 2 hits, no errors and 2 hits.
We'll head to the bottom of the 5th with your score. Pfeiffer 8, Methodist 6. So Methodist back to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th. Trailing for the 3rd time in this game. See if they can battle back again. Well, 2-0 hitters count for Mauger. Pitch there, missing. So now 3-0. Control has been an issue for the pitching staffs of both these teams throughout this one. And another walk. So runner at first.
Batting for Methodist, left fielder, number 1, Caleb Green.
And that'll bring up Caleb Green. And a stolen base there, so now base runner in scoring position for Methodist. Pitch was a strike. 0-1 the count, no outs. Green, your batter. Buck, the reliever, on the mound for the Falcons. Pitch. Buck able to get ahead 0-2. And advancing to third on a wild pitch, the Methodist base runner, Mauger. Count remains 1-2 after the foul ball. Runner at third. Pitch. High, 2-2. Grounder here. And that'll be a RBI ground out. And Methodist able to get their 7th run of the contest. Make this a 1-run ball game.
Batting for Methodist, designated hitter number 2, Tristan Melvin.
I'll bring up Tristan Melvin, the DH. 1 out. As first pitch called strike. 15 runs on 8 combined hits between the two teams. As this is well struck, one of the deepest fly balls we've seen today. But handled by the center fielder of the Falcons, Ashby, for out number 2. So 2 down. And Renzel step to the plate. Takes a called strike there, 1-1. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss there. 2-2. And the pitch. Outside, ball 3. So full count situation here for Renzel. Base is empty, 2 outs, 1-run ball game. The pitch. Fouled. Grounder here. Tricky hop for the shortstop of Pfeiffer, Wood, but he's able to make the play for out number 3.
Methodist in the bottom of the fifth. 1 run on no hits.
So we'll head to the top of the sixth. Your score, Pfeiffer 8, Methodist 7. Back here at Gilcone Field. So quick out there. Top of inning number 6.
The batting for Pfeiffer, third baseman number 26, Joe Javier.
So Lackey grounds out. Joe Javier now at the plate. Lifts this to right field for out number 2. That'll bring up Ashby with 2 down here in the top of the 6th. Humphreys continuing his relief appearance. First pitch there off the plate, ball 1. Base hit for the Falcons. Their 6th of the contest.
Now batting for Pfeiffer, right fielder, number 10, Robbie Brown.
And so runner aboard. As Ashby singles, and that'll bring up Brown. So 1-0 with 2 outs. Runner going. And a stolen base. And a runner in scoring position. As Ashby steals the base. Well, we're underway in the other bracket as well. Southern Virginia and Greensboro getting started. Chopper here to the left side of the infield. Nicely done by the shortstop, Caleb Rogers.
For Pfeiffer, in the top of the
For out
sixth,
number
no runs,
3.
1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on.
So we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Your score, Pfeiffer 8, Methodist 7. So we head to the bottom of the 6th. Pfeiffer 8, Methodist 7. Buck continuing his relief appearance. Buck has been effective thus far, 1 2/3 innings. No hits, 1 run. Has walked a batter. Pitch there, missing. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And a strikeout there for Buck.
Now batting for Methodist, the catcher, number 5, Hunter Holman.
That'll bring up the catcher, Hunter Holman. First pitch inside, ball 1. Well struck to the right field wall. And thought about second momentarily, but we'll have a stand-up double. So a double for Holman.
Now batting for Methodist, first baseman, number 36, Banks Hartman.
First extra base hit for either team. So 1 out, runner on second. Bring up Hartman. And the pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. Methodist looking to potentially tie this up for the 3rd time today. Seen the score at 3-3, at 6-6. Now Pfeiffer with the 8-7 advantage. Wind starting to pick up, blowing straight in from center. As 3-0 count here. Action now in both bullpens as a hit by pitch. And now runners first and second. And that'll bring up Rogers. So we've seen 7 hit by pitch combined between the two teams. And now runners first and second. So once again, it comes down to which of these teams is going to take advantage of these runners on base after the hit by pitch and the walks. Big pitch there, swing and a miss. It was Buck able to fool Rogers. Engel awaits on deck. Buck now ahead 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Hammer down the left field line. And a run will score. It's a stand-up double for Rogers, and we are all tied up again, now 8-8.
They're batting for Methodist, third baseman number 6, Banks Engel.
So, great piece of hitting there. Rogers now with 4 RBIs on the day. Double there, the second double of the inning after we had not seen an extra base hit up to this juncture. Still just 1 out. Methodist now with 2 runners in scoring position. Runners at second and third. Buck now over 40 pitches here in his relief appearance. Here's the 1-2. Grounded up the first base line. It's a fair ball. And 2 runs will score in the process. It's a double. Oh, my goodness. A wild turn of events on the double on a softly hit ground ball up the right field line. The first baseman thought it was going to be foul, or thought it was foul already, let it go. And the ball was fair. It's ruled a double. And 2 runs come home. Meanwhile, talk with the home plate umpire, head coach for Pfeiffer, Craig Bolton. And Methodist now taking the lead. For their first time in this contest, Methodist takes the lead now 10-8. Now some further discussion from the umpiring crew. So as it stands at the moment, 2 runs come home on the most of unusual doubles. And indeed, call will stand. So Methodist now takes the 10-8 lead. Runner on second, the 3rd double of the inning. And that'll bring up Mauger. Struck hard through the left side of the infield and then misplayed by the left fielder. It'll be a RBI single and then an error on the left fielder to advance the runner to second. Another run comes home for Methodist, now 11-8. And now a trip to the mound for the head coach of Pfeiffer. Have a wild turn of events here. And there'll be a pitching change. So bottom of the 6th. Your score now, Methodist 11, Pfeiffer 8. So pitching change for Pfeiffer as Dylan Dula, the new pitcher for the Falcons. 11-8 your score. Big frame here for the Monarchs. 4 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Still just 1 out, runner on second. With 1 out, Holman hit a double to get things started here for the Monarchs, as ground out there for out number 2. Runner to third in the process.
Batting for Methodist, designated hitter number 2, Tristan Melvin.
I'll bring up Melvin. So the double from Holman, a hit by pitch put Hartman on base, and then a RBI double for Rogers, a 2 RBI double from Engel followed. That was the bizarre play down the first base line from Methodist's perspective. They'll happily take the 2 RBI double. Pfeiffer was just dismayed, thinking that was a foul ball all the way. Malger then singled through the left side to score Engel. There was an error in the process as well. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The pitch. Fouled off there. Already in this inning, 4 runs, 4 hits, and an error. Methodist catapulting themselves into the lead. Pitch here, fouled away. And the 2-2. High, ball 3. Dylan Dula, freshman, making his USA South Conference tournament debut. Righty out of Granite Falls, North Carolina. Grounder here, handled by the shortstop, Wood. And that'll be out number 3.
In the bottom of the 6th, 4 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on.
4 runs on 4 hits. There was 1 error, 1 left on. And we'll head to the top of the 7th with your score. Methodist 11, Pfeiffer 8. Back here at Gilcone Field, USA South Conference Baseball Championship Tournament. As we head to the top of the 7th, Pfeiffer now trailing for the first time in this contest, down 11-8 after the big inning for the Monarchs. New pitcher for Methodist. Bryce Hearing, lefty. And his first assignment is Farrell, and Farrell lifts this to center field for out number 1. I'll bring up Lohr.
And batting for Pfeiffer, first baseman number 28, Will Lohr.
Wilson Lohr, junior out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Independence High School. First pitch swinging, and that's a ground out unassisted to the first baseman. So 2 quick outs for Herring, the relief pitcher for the Monarchs. His 15th appearance of the season, a 4.71 ERA. He was 2-1, 21 innings pitched, 19 hits, 11 earned runs. First left-handed pitcher we've seen from either club. That closes the book on Methodist pitcher Humphreys. Brandon Humphreys went 3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 16 batters faced. Humphreys threw 57 pitches, 34 strikes. The 3-1, grounded right back up the middle of the infield. And a spectacular play by the Methodist shortstop, Caleb Rogers. Oh, my. So Rogers able to come up with the play there. Very nicely done. A web gem from Caleb Rogers. We'll head to the 7th inning stretch with your score. Methodist 11, Pfeiffer 8.
Fans, just a reminder that the consent
So to the bottom of the 7th we go. Methodist up 11-8. And a hit by pitch will put another runner aboard.
batting for Methodist right fielder number 8, Jackson Deal.
And that'll bring up Deal after Renzel reaches base via the hit by pitch. First pitch there, called strike. It's been an epidemic. 8 hit by pitches in this contest. As runners going and stolen base. Pitch there off the plate, 2-1. Pitch from Dula locates there, 2-2. Runner in scoring position for Pfeiffer. After the hit by pitch, then the stolen base for Renzel. Chopper here down the third base line, and that'll be out number 1. Runner advances to third in the process. So Renzel now standing on third base. And that'll bring up Hunter Holman. Pitch there, off the mark, ball 1. Holman 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored and a stolen base in this contest. As a team, Methodist with 4 stolen bases. We've seen 2 from Pfeiffer. One now the count with 1 out. Runner on third, bottom of the 7th, an 11-8 ball game. Loser plays Brevard 40 minutes after the conclusion of this one. And a bunt single. Credit the RBI as well in the process. A run scores for Methodist, who now leads 12-8. And I'll bring up Banks Hartman. Methodist trailed this game 8-6. And stolen base again for the Monarchs. 6 unanswered runs for Methodist. Pitch there, outside, 1-1. Banks Hartman has walked 3 times, scored 2 runs. Hartman also has reached base via the hit by pitch. So 4 plate appearances, 3 walks, and 1 hit by pitch. To say they're being careful with Hartman is an understatement. Second team all-conference performer. Pitch there, outside, ball 3. Action in the Pfeiffer bullpen. And ball 4, another base on balls. And now runners first and second.
Batting for Methodist, shortstop number 11, Caleb Rogers.
That'll bring up Caleb Rogers. So the two teams have combined for a whopping 17 walks. First pitch there, ball. And the 1-0. High inside, ball two. So runners first and second. Methodist leads 12-8 here in the bottom of the seventh. Lifted here, deep left field, all the way to the warning track. Plays there made by the left fielder Farrell. Runners go in the process. So now 2 outs and runners second and third.
Number 6, Banks Engel.
That'll bring up Banks Engel. Engel 1 for 4 with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Dula going back to work. Pitch there, inside, 1-0. And the pitch, high, 2-0. Runners second and third, 2 outs. The pitch. Lifted to left field. And that'll be out number 3. So another run comes home for Methodist. We'll head to the top of the 8th with your score. Methodist 12, Pfeiffer 8. As we head to top of the 8th inning, Methodist 12, Pfeiffer 8.
Pfeiffer designated hitter number 55, Ben Barnes.
Herring, after an impressive first inning of relief, continues his appearance. First pitch, a strike. Pfeiffer now down by 4 runs, so the assignment that much tougher for the Falcons. Swing and a miss there. Barnes, Turner, and Lackey due up. 4, 5, 6 hitters. Pitch from Herring. Missing there. 1-2. Methodist leading 12-8, 6 unanswered runs. Score was 8-6 Pfeiffer in the middle of the 5th. It's been all Methodist ever since. Here's the 2-2. Outside, 3-2. Foul ball, so count will remain full. Well, we've reached the 80-degree mark in terms of temperature. One of the warmest days of the 2024 calendar year for us up here in the mountains. And ball 4 there.
Batting for Pfeiffer, catcher number 75, Josh Turner.
And Barnes takes first, so teams continue to struggle from the pitching perspective in the walk department. Eight walks by Methodist pitchers. 10 walks by Pfeiffer pitching. One now the count to Josh Turner. Pitch there in the dirt. Nice job blocking by the catcher Holman. Turner, the junior from Greensboro, Western Guilford High School. Meanwhile, a mound visit from the pitching coach of Methodist. A 12-8 ball game. We've just been informed that game 2 of the tournament will start 30 minutes prior to the conclusion of game 1. The loser of this game will play the home team and the number 2 seed in the tournament, Brevard. Meanwhile, action underway in the other bracket. Greensboro up 4-0 on Southern Virginia in the bottom of the 3rd. Loser of that game will play the host of that other bracket, NC Wesleyan. So following the mound visit, here's Herring, and he misses again, 3-1. Josh Turner, your batter. Lackey on deck. Javier in the hole. Here's the 3-1. Locates there, 3-2. Action in the Methodist bullpen. Pfeiffer bullpen currently quiet. And the 3-2. Ball 4, another walk, folks. And that'll be runners first and second with no outs. So big opportunity here for Pfeiffer to battle back here in the top of the 8th. And a mound visit, it's going to be the head coach of the Monarchs, Tom Austin. So another pitching change coming. This time for the Monarchs. Stick with us. Top of inning number 8, Methodist 12, Pfeiffer 8. New pitcher for the Monarchs. Chase Carroll, junior right-handed pitcher from Benson, North Carolina, South Johnston High School. And he inherits a situation with no outs, runners first and second. And his first job is to deal with Corey Lackey, 6-hole hitter. Lackey has an RBI on the day. The pitch. Lackey's RBI came on a ground out. Pitch here. Driven to right center. That's going to be a base hit. And another RBI for Lackey right on cue. And Pfeiffer able to cut that much closer. 12-9.
At batting for Pfeiffer, third baseman, number 26, Joe Javier.
So now a 3-run game. Joe Javier steps to the plate. Third baseman for the Falcons. Javier, 1 for 4, 2 RBIs. And a base hit there. Well done by Javier. Beautifully executed, and now bases loaded. No outs for the Falcons.
Number 16, Thomas Ashby.
Huge opportunity here for the Falcons. Thomas Ashby at the plate, bases loaded. Swing and a miss there. Good looking pitch from Carroll. One. Pitch there, called strike. So now 1-2. Pitch there off the plate. 2-2. Turner, your base runner at third. Lackey at second. Javier at first. At the plate, Ashby, who's 2 for 3 today with 2 runs scored. Pops this up. It's in foul territory and out of play. Wild one here. Game 1 of this USA South Conference tournament. Methodist holding on to a 3-run lead. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate. The pitch. In the dirt. Blocked by Holman again. He's been busy in that department. Count runs full, 3-2. On an 80-degree day here at Gilcone Field in Brevard, North Carolina. And the pitch. Hit by pitch. A bases loaded hit by pitch. We've seen this several times today And another run will come home for Pfeiffer, as Ashby records an RBI via the hit by pitch. That'll bring up Robbie Brown, and it's now a 2-run game. Still no outs, bases loaded. Get this, folks, 9 hit by pitch in this game combined between the two teams. Six by Methodist pitching, 3 by Pfeiffer pitching. A 12-10 ball game now. First pitch swinging's Brown. That's fouled out of play. Strike one. Oh, 1 the count. 1-1. Seen a multitude of these bases loaded situations throughout this game. I feel like the team that cashes in the most in these opportunities is going to end up with the upper hand. Double elimination tournament, obviously a ton on the line here, as this is grounded foul. 2-2. Runner at third is Lackey. Runner at second, Javier. At first is Ashby. At the plate, Brown. Carroll with the pitch. Outside, 3-2. Base hit through the left side of the infield. 1 run will score. Runners are held, so bases will remain loaded. And now a 12-11 game. So 3 runs for the Falcons here in this 8th inning. And now a 1-run ball game between the two sides. 9th hit of the game for the Falcons. Brown coming up big. He's now 2 for 4 with an RBI. Pitch here in the dirt. Ball 1. Action in the Methodist bullpen. Action in the Pfeiffer bullpen as well. This is the 4th pitcher of the day for Methodist. Fouled off there. Big cut. 1-2. The pitch in the dirt, blocked again by Hunter Holman. Yeoman's work behind the dish. So now a 2-2 count. Still no outs here in this top of the 8th. Grounder here, steps on first. Run will come in. It's now 12-12. We're all tied up. RBI ground out number 1. So Farrell's able to get the RBI ground out, get the score tied up yet again. our fourth tied score of the contest. We are tied 3-3 at the end of 3. Then again 6-6 at the end of 4. Later 8-8, and now Pfeiffer's going to go ahead as Lohr with the 2 RBI single. And just like that, Pfeiffer leads 14-12. As Wilson Lohr now with RBIs number 4 and 5 on the day. And Pfeiffer now with 6 runs here in the top of the 8th. And looks like thought we might have a substitution conversation with the Pfeiffer coach and the umpire. Did have the card out. (14-12) now your score. One out here in the top of the 8th. Carroll trying to somehow get out of this frame without any further damage. (0-2) now the count. And the pitch. Called strike 3. So that'll be out number 2 as Carroll's able to get the strikeout. Retiring Wood. And that'll bring up Ben Barnes. Barnes, 1 for 3, 2 runs scored, a pair of walks in this one. Count goes to 1-0 to Barnes. Wild affair here. Back and forth we go. Pfeiffer now, after 6 unanswered runs from Methodist, has answered with 6 runs of their own, all here in the top of the 8th. Pitch there outside, 2-0. Grounder here, and 4-3 on the putout. That'll end the inning. But a big-time performance. 6 runs on 4 hits for the Falcons. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th with your score. Pfeiffer 14, Methodist 12. So we head to the bottom of the 8th.
At batting for Methodist, second baseman number 19, Brandon Monger.
Brandon Mauger, Caleb Green, Tristan Melvin due up for the Monarchs. First pitch there, a strike. Dula continuing his relief appearance. Dula so far 1 2/3, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk. Oh-2 the count. Fouled back, count will remain 0-2. And the pitch. Inside, 1-2. Fouled straight back. Meanwhile, update from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Your score in the top of the 5th. Greensboro 5, Southern Virginia 0. Grounder here will be a foul ball, so count remain 1-2. Single, and then it's muffed momentarily by the center fielder, but runner will remain at first. So a leadoff single for the Monarchs.
Back for Methodist, left fielder number 1, Caleb Green.
So Mauger able to get aboard via the single. Pickoff throw to keep Mauger in check. Mauger now 3 for 3 on the day. Has a pair of walks as well, an RBI and a run scored. Also has 2 stolen bases. Big time all-around day for Mauger. Oh, 2 the count to Green. Runner at first. Impressive pitch there. Green swings right through it. And that'll be out number 1. That'll bring up Melvin with a runner on first. Methodist University Monarchs, the 3 seed in this tournament. Now down to their final 5 outs. Trailing 14-12. Pfeiffer, the 6 seed. The loser of this game will play Brevard 30 minutes following the conclusion of this game 1 of the tournament. Both these teams entered this contest with identical overall winning percentages. Both sitting at .500. As that ball is caught in foul territory by the first baseman, Laurer, for out number 2.
Center fielder number 17, Austin Renzel.
So that'll bring up Austin Renzel. And Pfeiffer now 4 outs away from moving on till tomorrow And a hit by pitch is going to put Renzel aboard. And now runners first and second.
Batting for Methodist right fielder number 8, Jackson Deal.
As that'll bring up Deal. It's Renzel's second hit by pitch of the day. The 10th hit batsman of the contest between the two teams. Runners first and second. This is lifted to center field. That's going to be out number 3. 2 runners will be stranded. Pfeiffer's able to shut out Methodist in that bottom of the 8th. So we'll head to the top of the 9th. Your score, Pfeiffer 14, Methodist 12. We head to the top of the 9th. Pfeiffer now back to the plate, leading 14-12. Pfeiffer 14 runs on 10 hits, 1 error. Methodist 12 runs, 9 hits, no errors. As Turner, first pitch swinging, grounder to third. Well done by Joe Javier. Check that angle, the third baseman for Methodist making that play. That'll bring up Blackie. Joe Javier waiting on deck. Pitch there. Down the middle of the plate, strike 1. So Lackey at the plate for Pfeiffer. 1 for 3 on the day with 2 RBIs. Also a run scored. As he fouls that back, 2-1. Well, glad you're able to join us wherever you may be tuning in from. You know, large portion of our audience now is here for the Brevard College game. That'll be starting 30 minutes following the conclusion of this one. Grounder there, and easy play for the shortstop, Rogers, for out number 2. The loser of this game will face Brevard. The winner of this game will move on till tomorrow. They'll play next at noon Friday.
Now batting for Pfeiffer, third baseman number 26, Joe Javier.
Joe Javier steps to the plate. Javier, a 2 for 5 day with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Pfeiffer with 6 runs in that top of the 8th to move back ahead 14-12. After Methodist took a 12-8 lead. After this game was tied 8-8 after 5 innings. Here's the 2-1. Missing 3-1. Line drive to left field. That's going to be a base hit. So Javier with his 3rd hit of the day. That'll bring up Thomas Ashby. Ashby's had a productive day, 2 for 3, 3 runs scored. Also 2 stolen bases. Carroll continuing his relief outing, now up over 40 pitches. Another block there for the catcher Holman. And the 2-0. Hammered foul down the left field line. Runner going. And another hit by pitch. The 11th combined hit by pitch between these two teams. So Ashby takes first. Javier now stands at second. Robbie Brown will step to the plate. Brown 2 for 4 with 3 runs scored, an RBI, a walk. Action in the Methodist bullpen. As pitch there, able to get away from Holman. Wild pitch will advance the runners. Now it's second and third. Some action in the Methodist bullpen. We'll see if we can ID that pitcher. Tanner Simpson wears number 20, junior out of Elizabeth City, North Carolina, warming up. Rule was that he went around on that check swing, so 2-1 count. Pitch here, swing and a miss, 2-2. Pfeiffer looking to add some insurance here in the top of the ninth. Runners second and third, 2 outs. Brown at the plate. The pitch. Fouled out of play. And the 2-2. Called strike 3. So 2 runners are stranded as Carroll is able to get the strikeout to retire Brown. Last chance for Methodist coming up. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th with your score. Pfeiffer 14, Methodist 12. Back here at Gilcone Field, game number 1 of the USA South Baseball Championship Tournament. We're heading to the bottom of the 9th. A new pitcher for Pfeiffer, it's Jake Blevins. And first pitch from Blevins, a called strike. Holman at the plate for Methodist. Blevins, the sophomore from Salisbury, North Carolina, West Rowan High School. This is grounded up the middle. That's going to be a base hit for Holman. So runner aboard here in the bottom of the 9th. Tying run comes to the plate for the Monarchs.
First baseman, number 36, Banks Hartman.
Banks Hartman stepped to the plate. Freshman from Oak Island, North Carolina, South Brunswick High School. First pitch outside. Hartman has had an unusual day. 4 walks, a hit by pitch, 2 runs scored. So as a result, he's not even registered an official at-bat, despite this being a 6th plate appearance. It's certainly been an unusual game in a lot of respects. 2 balls, 1 strike. Blevins versus Hartman. Runner at first, that's Holman. Monarchs trailing by 2 down to their final 3 outs. Pitch here, locates nicely. Blevins evens up the count 2-2. Pitch there, outside, 3-2. Hartman puts this into play, and that's going to move the runner over, but it'll be out number 1. As Hartman puts the ball into play for the first time today. That'll bring up Rogers. Rogers 1 for 3, 4 RBIs. One down here, runner at second. Bottom of inning number 9. First pitch there, called strike. Rogers, the cleanup hitter for Methodist. So middle of the order for the Monarchs. Trying to come back one more time here. Seen several lead changes, several tied scores. Currently sitting on a 14-12 Pfeiffer lead here in the bottom of the 9th. And the pitch. Fouled out of play towards Ives Lamel Family Field. Grounder here, handled by the Pfeiffer second baseman, Lackey. That'll be out number 2. Runner advances to third on the play. And Methodist is down to their final out. It'll be Banks Engel, third baseman, bats in the 5 hole. Engel, 1 for 5, 2 RBIs, and a run scored today. Last chance for the Methodist Monarchs. Here's the 0-1. High, 1-1. Blevins trying to close this out for Pfeiffer. Save opportunity. Pitch there. Now Methodist down to their final strike. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner in third. Bottom of inning number 9. Pitch from Blevins. Hit him. A hits batsman. So this just in, a 12th hits by pitch between the two teams, ties an NCAA Division III record. Well, you never know what you're going to expect when you go to the ballpark. And meanwhile, record books aside, we've got a first and third situation with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th. Tying run at first, winning run at the plate. Methodist down to their final out. The pitch from Blevins. And strike 2. So down to their final strike once again as Brandon Mauger at the plate. The pitch, runner going. Grounded through the right side of the infield. That's going to score a run. And now runners on the corners. It's now a 1-run ball game, 14-13 your score. And we're going to have a visit to the mound from Pfeiffer head coach Craig Bolton. All sorts of action in the Pfeiffer bullpen. And, in fact, a pitching change. So stick with us. High drama here in game number 1 of the USA South Baseball Championship Tournament. Your score here in the bottom of the 9th. Pfeiffer 14, Methodist 13. So actually not a pitching change. Looked like the reliever was on his way to the mound, and then coach had different ideas. Craig Bolton, or perhaps he got talked back into it by Blevins. Now runners second and third. So now runners second and third. This is lifted into center field. And that'll be out number 3. Pfeiffer is able to get the win 14-13. Celebration ensues for the Pfeiffer dugout. A wild, wild affair. So your final score, Pfeiffer 14, Methodist 13. Pfeiffer 14 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. Methodist 13 runs, 11 hits, no errors.
Approximately 4:15 p.m.
A absolutely wild affair. So Pfeiffer with the 14-13 win, an absolute wild affair. A combined 27 runs, each team with 11 hits. There was just 1 error in this one. That was by the Pfeiffer defense. And just a wild, wild affair, back and forth action. Pfeiffer took a 3-0 lead in the top of the first. Methodist came back, tied it up 3-3. Pfeiffer and Methodist then traded 3 runs each in the fourth to make it a 6-6 contest. Methodist then trailed 8-6 before 6 unanswered runs of their own. And then Pfeiffer answered with 6 runs of their own in the top of the 8th. Methodist tried their best for a comeback in the bottom of the 9th. 1 run there. Ends in a 1-run ball game, 14-13. A combined 19 walks between the two teams and an NCAA record 12 hit batsmen between the two teams. NCAA Division III record. So wild stuff here at the USA South Conference Championship. So what's next? Methodist will have to regroup because they are going to play the home team, the number 2 seeded Brevard College Tornadoes, in about 30 minutes from now. As the 3 seed Methodist will take on number 2 Brevard. It'll be a must-win game for Methodist. Meanwhile, Pfeiffer will get to rest for the remainder of today, and they'll be back in action on Friday where they'll take on Brevard at noon. So all sorts of developments here at Gilcone Field at the USA South Baseball Championships. Update from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. The other bracket, Greensboro 7, Southern Virginia 0 in the bottom of the 6th. So wild stuff at the USA South Baseball Conference Tournament, and this is just game number 1. We're just getting started. A couple leaders offensively for the victorious Falcons. Javier was 3 for 6 with 2 RBIs, and Wilson Lohr 2 for 5 with 5 RBIs. Winning pitcher Dula, and Blevins with the save for Pfeiffer. Methodist was led offensively by Rogers with 4 RBIs. Also, big 4 for 4 day for Mauger. So we'll move forward to the Brevard Methodist matchup. Glad you're able to join us. Stick around at approximately 4:15 p.m. Brevard versus Methodist here at the USA South Conference Baseball Championship Tournament.